Morning everyone, we're here for Crazyhouse Weekly 16. We've got a different time limit this morning. We're playing 1 minute plus 2 seconds. Berserking in this case means that you have no increment. Rather than halving the time, it just means you don't have increment. So I'm gonna try incrementing, not incrementing, but berserking my first game. My opponent is 12-teen. He's a very strong player. He's from Fix, also known as Cheesy Bread there. We'll find out pretty soon if it was a wise decision berserking against him or not. I'm now a little bit behind on the clock. Okay, so I'm already down a piece for a pawn here. I've given that up deliberately to try to make an impact on the light squares. I think what's better here is I'll have to put a piece down in a bit of desperation. We'll see if there's a force mate here. I think knight at f6 is probably winning, but he's proceeding through safer means. So he's just playing sensibly, basically avoiding any opportunity to come undone on his king side. So eventually I expect either my time or my initiative will run out, and then that'll be decisive. So yeah, this is a good to see what the impact of not having increment is. It's a big disadvantage. So I've got a better feel for that now. You basically forfeit. Well, you won't have the opportunity to flag your opponent, and your opponent can just play the position pretty much. So yeah, the one difference with this is you don't halve your time at all. It's just still 1 minute. But it's just having no increment, and that's the difference. So I think having no increment really puts the pressure on to perform well on the board. Because if you slip back, you're just a sitting duck, really. All right, I'm happy to get this queen now. That'll help me attack considerably. So if takes, if he plays rook g8, then bishop at f5. I'm looking for a knight g5 trick. So it either releases the h6 square or the g7 square. If the king moves up, then queen at h7. If the king moves back, then queen at h8. So yeah, knight at g5 was critical there. Yeah, don't know if I should be berserking a lot or a little today. It seems like a much bigger disadvantage you give away. Okay, so really trying to take advantage of this pin. Now I've got a fork. I'm going to win some early material and put the game away. So the rules also changed recently on how important it is to win the first game, or I think now you get a multiplier to begin with, so that's a little bit different, and I think that's a bit of a deterrent for people to join the tournament late. In the past, I think people may have joined the tournament late and then been able to avoid a difficult pairing in the first round. So Now they've changed the rules. So who's in the lead? Today we've got Pure Essence, Math Ace. Where did 12 go? I would have thought he'd be up the top. Yeah, not sure what's happened there. Alright, we've got a double berserk, so it's just like a regular 1-0 game. So okay, in this setup I've placed a pawn here. It's really just to play against the diagonal there. I'm going to block with a knight deliberately to thwart this forking idea. It doesn't just thwart the forking idea, it also means pawn at g6 doesn't work because it defends the rook, so that's very important. Now I want to relieve that pin as soon as I can, and then hit this rook, which is now undefended. So c2 is my next target. I just want to continue taking material. Okay, queen in hand, and then now coming in a lot of squares. So I'm not concerned too much about anything on my king side because f7 is still covered, so it's just very straightforward. Alright, Pure Essence is off to a great start. Looks like the rules are reversed. If you, yeah, it's just regular now. You're back to 2 points. So I'm not sure if that's a change from the server or a change in just how this tournament's working. Okay, because I have an open file, I'm not going to castle just yet. I'm going to see if I can make use of this rook being there. Okay, my opponent is playing a good game. He's just defensively preventing me from really getting an edge quickly. So now I want to put a knight in here or here. Maybe the bishop belongs there. Okay, sacked. So I've just got an extra piece here, but not much attack brewing. So I'm going to change my strategy rather than too focused on having the H file. I've got the extra material now. Just going to artificially castle and replace a pawn here first. Yeah, I don't mind that. I might lose a piece back, but there's a bit of a hole there. I'll still be up a pawn, and that pawn's actually critical to making some ground on the king side. So what I'm more concerned about here is the time factor. So I do want to get in relatively quickly from here. He's holding up well. I do want to get knight at h3 in at some stage. Yeah, he should have taken he should have, played king h1. Maybe held out his defense a bit longer. Yeah, it really feels like you have to have a more significant advantage to berserk. I think against a player just as strong, it is a really big advantage because there's no guillotine, there's no flagging opportunity. That really is quite different. So even if you do run their clock down, there's just so much time you gain in a time scramble. Okay, so I am quite familiar with this opening. There's a deliberate pawn sacrifice on c3, and then white tries to open up with development very quickly. This is quite a theoretical opening. There's there's some known lines. So this fork looks good for black. The key point behind bishop b5 is the pin, and then it relieves white from this fork. Now bishop at d6 is to try to get in very quickly on these, and it's actually a mate threat because queen at c7. Yeah, here's questionable whether I should take it or I will take it. There's queen at c7 and queen e7 based on the pin being here. So now, yeah, I feel like there should be something here. So right now, queen at d8 would be mating. Yeah, we'll capture this, and I think queen at f8 is very strong. I don't yet see the mate, but the continuation is very strong. The king still has an outlet to d7. So I can make a queen, but then I don't quite see mate just yet. Can't patch up c7. So I've got plenty of knights in hand though. What I really want is some diagonal moving pieces. Now I'll use the knight to block because the pawns are going to be more valuable for me to attack with. Alright, I'm in danger on the clock though. So yeah, you got to move here. I've created myself some problems on the clock. I'm happy to land that mate. So yeah, the biggest piece of discipline is not to play for a flag at any time when your opponent has increment. You've just got to motor on the moves. Okay, Oppa wasn't. Yeah, I'm not going to berserk against him. No, let's play knight c6. We'll play a little bit differently. So this feels a little bit more like a 3-0 game. I'm going to defend with queen e7 because I want to block off the actual pin itself. Now I'll need to play d5, but then something like pawn at d3 isn't going to win the knight. He may take this, he may not. Yeah, I will trap the bishop. That needs to be taken. I think it's sensible just maybe putting some more attack on this weakness and then playing something like bishop at h5. So there's an extra piece here, but there's no clear weaknesses in white's position. And I need to watch out if anything can happen on this square with the pin here. Oh, that's quite aggressive. So black's up a full piece now. Okay, making these sharp. If he catches here, I've got knight at d3. It's interesting if king d7 is playable. Looks a bit risky. Well, I'm going to do it. I'm going to run the king back this way. I expect e6, king c6, knight e5, king b7, pawn at c6. No, it's not heading down that path. This is a problem. I've got there's knight e5, which is not good for me. Yeah, I think I've stumbled onto a bad sequence here. Yeah, now my king's just in the open. So he's probably got mate already. I'm gonna throw in the towel. I've just underestimated how strong he takes f6 is there. I was in a good position with a piece up, and then he's played some good tactical play. Got the better of me. So good game from Opal Wesson there. He hasn't lost a game yet. Okay, this is the key flaw to taking this early. The fork with the queen. Okay, I've got some questions from the channel. So Marja Wallen has asked, do I have a FIDE rating? I haven't played competitive chess for probably about a decade, but I was about 2250. No title before I stopped playing chess. Let's go here. Berserk again. Got a double berserk. Okay, f7 is a real weakness. I think if you want to be playing e6 against this, that's a very quick match. Yeah, it's a real problem leaving a pawn on e7 because it's actually very dangerous with a sack about to occur on f7. It takes away one of the king's best squares. It also limits the bishop from coming out to give the black king some more room to move. So yeah, leaving a pawn on e7 is not ideal. Yeah. Alright, we've got the berserk going on. So I've really got to lift my game. I think a big part of these weekly events is not really, um, not really how much I know or anything like that. I think there's a lot more in the balance on how I actually perform, which is simply how well you're playing. So you're trying to, and what I mean by that is, yeah, it's not about could I have studied better or did my opponent know something I didn't know, but I find when I haven't performed well, it's that the opportunity was there to play well, and then it hasn't been taken. So there's a discovered check opening up there, which is going to be lethal. So putting the bishop on g1 to save this square on g3 for the knight to deliver mate. Otherwise, the white queen would have to capture g1, and then I'd pick up the queen, which would also lead to mate. So yeah. So today I'm thinking need to be in the moment and get that going a bit sooner rather than later. Okay, Texas to Brazil. Let's play. Let's just try to play well. Okay, Queen A5, pinning the D2 pawn, so I need to unpin myself there. And then I'd like to knock the Queen around as much as I can, a little bit. So I've sent him back home and got some free development, so happy with that outcome. Yeah, I'll be a little bit aggressive this match. Really looking to put some pressure on E6 early. Interesting. I'll take this way. I like that knight at F7 is going to be available. He's not allowing it. So let's hit D5. Now these squares are open. Okay, so key move here is take. Queen at E6 isn't going to have enough material to mate, so I need to bring in an extra piece. If he blocks with pawn or bishop, yeah, can I take it and mate? Yeah, I believe I can. So if the king runs back here, Queen C7 will finish. Alright. So that's a little bit of good performance. I think there's got to be a real attitude in this tournament, not just to win, but to try to win quickly. Alright. Okay, Wesen's going to berserk, so I'll berserk with him. I think if I really wanted to win this game and have every advantage, I'd have to not berserk, because that'd be the correct way to play, but it's a little bit more out of courtesy. It's more appropriate that I should berserk as well. Wesen's been great. He's been supporting my charity just recently. It's been very kind of him. He's actually been recently donating any prize winnings he's had from the tournament to my charity of choice. So really appreciate that. This is interesting. I've not seen this before. I've got a temporary hole in G7 I want to patch up as quick as I can. If I can get my dark squares secure, I'll be doing alright. Okay, let's start attacking. I'm going to ignore this. It's too far away from the kings. So yeah, knight at h3, the looming threat. Oh. Looks like there should be a sharp finish here. What is it? Knight's covering. I'll get a rook in hand. That'll be really helpful. If the knight captures, then bishop at h2. So now rook at h3 is a threat. Now rook at g2. Rook f2. Bishop at h2. There we go. Alright, happy to take that one down. Yeah, so there's a Cancer Donations 10 series that's on my channel. It's been going on for a couple of weeks. The token of appreciation I have for people is if you donate $20 or more, no questions asked, I'll grant you, I'll be happy to analyse a game of your choice on the channel. So yeah, go check it out if you haven't seen it already. Cancer Donations 10, and even if you're not donating, just check out some games to see some analysis. It's a little bit different to my commentary during matches. There's no time pressure, so I can just go through the game over 20 minutes, and you might get a little bit more out of it. There's a little bit more depth on the analysis. Okay, here I'm thinking castles. I want to grab this pawn, but after knight takes, actually, let's just be careful here. Sorry, my opponent's just thrown me a move I didn't expect. Queen a4 is a good move. I'm going to play a crazy looking move, g5. Yeah, so I was going to say, I was thinking if castles, I would play a certain sequence to try to pick up the pawn first and then put something on f2 and then recapture the knight later. Never mind that. I did play g5 just because it's critical to hold on to this f4 pawn. I should probably stop commentating for a bit and play because my clock's getting a little low. Just rerouting the knight to g3. That's where it's going to be useful. So here I'm thinking queen d7, or maybe queen c8 first, and then capture here. Yeah, getting dangerously low on time though. I'm at risk of not mating my opponent here, but I'll play sharply and accurately. Well, he tried to make a run for it. Where's the mate? No, f3 is the next move. And then bishop at c2 finishes. So really got to be relentless on chasing mate. Can't just chase a flag here. Right, sorry I've not kept up with the chat. Wow, there's a lot of chat today. A couple of people just having their own conversation. Let's not forget to move. I've done that before. Okay, we're up against Innocuo. So someone made the comment that so scary watching you in time travel with your opponent having increment and you not. Okay, try to get into this weakness first. It's not so comfortable for black here. Yes, I think king h7, I'll have a bishop at g6. But I'll be happy just to take the queen. Then it's either knight e5 or knight h4. I feel like knight takes e5 will have mate. So I'm thinking king g6, knight takes e5, takes queen g4 check, block here, pawn at f5. That's probably the best way. Do I have a mate here? I think I'll come in with rook at f8. I want to weaken h8 to push the king out. And doing it this way does it without sacrificing material. Okay, now there's a neat trick here. You can play rook at h8. Can't be taken because of queen at h7. If the king runs out, you flush the king out. I'll continue with knight takes e5 and queen h5. After king e7, queen at d7 wraps up the king. So I've chosen to go this way rather than, well, looks like queen at g6, queen e6, queen d7 was the way. I thought e7 was the way out. Okay, standing in second position. Just trying to focus on being in the moment today. Alright, Krosky. Yeah, I think I won't berserk against Krosky, actually. Maybe he's waiting to see what I'm doing. But I think Krosky's good enough that I'm landing myself in pretty hot water if I try to berserk. Yeah, it's an interesting move. Knight takes d4. I've seen I'm going to lose a bishop for a pawn. If I do it this way, I can at least get 2 pawns for the piece. So either we were going to go down this path, or he was going to take the knight bishop takes c5. And I don't mind having the 2 pawns for the piece. White would probably like a couple pawns to start some activity here. What I'm going to first do is try to consolidate my king side to avoid anything coming in, because this is interesting strategically. White is very solid on the king side here, so there's not going to be, even with considerable material, you're not going to be able to blow up white by force. So sometimes in this opening, white actually has a lot of liberty to sacrifice some material. So what I'm doing first is focusing on my safety, and only when I am considerably safer, then I'll push out and try to attack my opponent. So this knight's a critical part to the safety. You'll see I played 2 moves which focus on my dark squares. I'm actually going to leave that knight there. I'm just going to replenish my dark squares. So yeah, I've lost a couple pieces now, but I've plenty of defense that is going to be hard to crack. He's trying to chip away at these dark squares. I'm going to start capturing some of his pieces. So he's made some progress on the dark squares, but it's not been for free either. He's had to sacrifice some material. And now what I'll be trying to do is defend and force him to consume even more material, trying to get in. Yeah, I can take this one. Okay, I'm just going to patch up C7, make sure that's not an avenue you go through. Also allow some pressure here later. It's taken an awful long time this game. So eventually White will run out of initiative, and then I'll come in on the back rank. How should I defend that E6 pawn? Nah, we should just start attacking. I'm plenty safe here. There's a rook at D1, just slam the back rank. I'm not going to come in through the front door, so I have to go on the back. He's making me work for it. So I guess that is the other difference of having this increment. You may actually see some games get played out right to the end. Okay, he's thrown in the towel. Alright, seems there's a lot of passion and chat about this rocket start. Pure Essence is too good, so I'm not going to be berserking against him. Ooh, early aggression here. Should be interesting. Okay, Pure Essence loves attacking, and he's a good attacker. I'm going to let my rook hang here and start to make some threats of my own. I expect him to just continue pushing aggressively, and my objective is to prove that his sacrifices are a little bit too aggressive. So okay, let's start chipping open the position. Now, yeah, knight at f7 should be very strong. So I want to be able to hit g6. I've got to hit this knight to do so. Yeah, he's got no initiative here, so it'll be a matter of time. I can just sensibly hack G6. He's taken a couple of losses in a row. 12-10 still in the mix. So yeah, really good to see. He's a cheesy bread from Fix. Here we go. I'll play without berserking this time. Yeah, cheesy bread definitely one of the strongest in the world, without a doubt. He has caused me a lot of problems. Very talented player. He's done a sack line here, which yeah, it sets black a little bit back in material, but he likes to have an active position. So bishop at g5, bishop at h5. I'm trying to make him use up his pawn on c6, which he's not allowing. Now queen at e5 hitting this weakness, but also threatening to take this. If he recaptures with the knight, then the bishop's hanging. Yeah, so knight at e5. I wonder if that helps him more than me. I'll play it. Because now it opens up this bishop. His king can run back. I need to cover against queen at e4, against these threats with queen at e2, queen at d1. But if he captures here, then I've got queen at f7. So yeah, we're getting to some sharp business here. I'm going to allow him to capture here because I'm trying to undermine f7. I just got to not run short on the clock. That's the thing here. He's playing very well. I like how he's playing. I'm down a long way on the clock. Yeah, I feel like if there's any sharp continuation that's to be found, he will find it. There's no bluffing an opponent like this. I'll come in here. So knight f2, yeah, I've got to block this. I don't really have a threat on his king. That's a problem for me. Queen takes g7 is probably my play. But knight at b4 is going to be lethal. He should have played knight at b4 and queen d3 actually. And this is going to be good enough. He has queen f2. So yeah, haven't played that game well. A bit disappointed. I think out of the opening, maybe the way I've continued from there isn't the best. I mean, white's pawn up, and black has some weaknesses, and I'm not taking advantage of those. So he's played a very good game. I mean, the thing about Cheesy Bread, or I'm going to call him 12-10 now, is even if he finds himself in trouble in deep water, he'll find a way to swim as well. So yeah, I think if he played a lot more Crazyhouse more often, yeah, you'll see him contesting all of the top players. He's definitely right up there. Okay, my opponent's repeating a couple moves. I'm going to get knight f6 in first so I can play knight c5 and threaten the e4 pawn. He seems keen for a draw. I'm not going to give him a draw after he's giving away a piece though. I think he should focus on the game and not the draw button. So just a bit of sensible play here, not really allowing anything. Yeah, so fluid's a very fluid thing in this game. You'll see here I've won a piece, given away a piece. It's probably a lot more important how you proceed positionally. Now here knight at e5 is something I want to just keep tabs on before I try to kick this queen away. And that's just in case something like bishop at f5 runs into like a queen sack later on where that bishop hurts. So I'll put the bishop on g6. Get my king to some safety. So right here, black's got all the bishops, white's got all the knights, but black's up 2 pawns. So I want to consolidate on the king side, and how should I do that? It's just these, it's just these light squares at the moment I'm trying to address. Can I capture that? I think I'll be bold and capture. And if he checks, I'm just going to run the king back this way. So here, knight at e5 is a good move. It attacks the queen to give some additional defense to f7. That's where it's required most. So he doesn't have a diagonal piece to hit me here, so it's a little bit hard to get in. Yeah, do need to be careful. Look at g8's coming. There's knight g6. It's not enough. He's got bishop at f7 to follow. He could take this, but he won't have enough just there. So here I'm looking at rook at a1, block, bishop g5. There'll be some knight at e2 threat as well. He's running out. I might make life difficult for myself here. I don't want him to have my queen with check. Yeah, it will be sharp. I want to make way here first so that my rook covers the whole back rank. And that way, without the pawn here, his king doesn't have a square to run to. So it just wraps him up a little bit easier. Okay, that was a decent game, demonstrating how to absorb a lot of attack on your king and then counterattack at the right moment. Okay, I'm behind the pace on pure essence, so an hour 5 left. Let's get going. I've lost 2 games to 12-10 today. He's outplayed me twice. So I need to be performing better to compete at the top. Okay, C3. This is a little bit annoying. Yeah, proceeding dangerously. So I've lost the piece here, and I'm not thrilled with my king safety at the moment. I've gone quite aggressive. I think white already stands better here. So yeah, I've got to try to make some initiative out of not much. I don't really like E5. Yeah. Maybe you can play Queen G4, that's the big idea. Taking this is no good because of knight at F3. She should play Queen G4 to get out of the checks. Now the thing here is white needs a rook or a knight to really penetrate, to really make a threatening attack. I'll put the knight on here, try to get aggressive on the king. So the queen here defends all the squares the knight can come in on, and then it threatens a queen trade to win the queen with check. But that's critical. If it's not checked there, then black's mated. Okay, Pure Essence swings out to the lead. Okay, just having a look at the chat, but there's not much from me there. I think it's mostly a discussion on time limits and on rocket starts, and berserking when there's no increment. Okay, hitting G7 early. Oh, that's going to hurt black. That's a free knight and a free hit on G7. Now I'm going to remove a defender of F6 and then come in here. So things falling apart quite quickly. I need a few more of those. A few quick wins. That's what we need. Okay, innocuo. Oh, my computer just went a bit slow there. Alright, gotta play sharper here. I need to capture this knight so that knight at F6 doesn't hurt me. And then I can think about pawn at G3. So important there is delaying knight F2 until white played H3, just in this case, because it gives you that G3 square to hit on. Now here, we'll take this one. And now I'm just a bit concerned about these dark squares. I want to keep an eye on them. Maybe even bishop at G3 was a better idea, taking advantage of this knight at E2 trick. So I'll put it there now. Got white to retreat his bishop. I don't mind leaving this threat hanging, not capturing the queen straight away. It's probably fine just capturing it, but yeah, white also gets to patch up by playing bishop f2, so I may not even decide I want to take it just yet. What I'm doing here is just giving a little bit more defense there, a little bit more pressure, and just letting black stew a little bit with the idea of this queen getting taken. Yeah, even here, I should probably take it now. And I'll leave this hanging so rook g2 becomes a threat. Well, I've got to be careful. If I just capture on g4, I'm going to be leaving these squares open. So I'm playing a little bit more decisively, going for the throat. Alright, now must really play for the win here on the board, not get drawn into a time scramble. So he ran out of time in the end. So, okay, 9 points behind Pure Essence. Opperwezen, not going to berserk him. Oh, he's going to berserk me though. Okay. That's unfortunate. I thought as white I'd be declaring that the match was not to be berserked, but he's gone and berserked anyway. Alright, we'll go down the stock standard line. Okay, yeah, I'll spend a move on here, just covering f4, because knight at f4 is a critical move for black. I even don't mind giving that piece back temporarily. In fact, I will. So depending where the queen goes, yeah, I'm going to grab this and then try to come in on e5, because I was never getting in on g5, there was too much there. I've already got some light square threats. I need to balance my attack potential by trying to counter some of the defense he has on his dark squares at the moment. Alright, and meanwhile he's coming in for my king. So knight h5 revealing the threat of check here. So that's what I was talking about. You do need to come in and attack on both colours. That's key. I'm going to have to capture this one. Yeah, I've got to be careful here. I'm going to play pawn f6. If rook at g1, I'll take it and then take it. Pawn at g7 is now a mate threat. I want to be sneaky to... Yeah, he's ended up resigning there. The time advantage is just so considerable. You know, if it's basically, if you can't get to close to mate with a limited time on the clock and your opponent has all this increment, you can just find an accurate defense. You don't have the flag option anymore. So, yeah, I would have preferred that he didn't berserk when I didn't, so that we could just play a game there. So Smash was asking in one of the games against Mortian if Queen takes G7 was an option. Yeah, it may have been. I didn't really look at it closely enough. I think the move I was concerned about, instead of Queen it takes G7, was something more like Pawn at F6, maybe. I felt that White could nearly ignore Black's Pawn at H3 threat and just capture with King takes G2 and then just push very aggressively and be the first to get in. Alright, here I need to reroute the knight so I can play D6. Okay, gotta still try to perform it. I think this game I'm playing a little bit too slow. Covering the G4 pawn, because that's a critical asset to me at the moment, and then potentially sacking here. Yeah, I don't want to let performance suffer here. I've got to try to keep it up. So yeah, White in all sorts of trouble now. There's weaknesses. This will be mate. Weaknesses on the light squares. Siddharth Patel says, please say Wallaby to G7. There you go, I've said it. Alright, Pureson's dropped the game. We got 52 minutes left. So blocking up the position a little. Don't mind having a pawn early to try to make a dent in F7. Oh, that's not so good. That's falling into mate. He could have just castled and then he still had a game to play from there. But White could also take some material advantage from D7. I'll just be right back. Got to turn off the heater. Hang on. Okay, back again. Yeah, I'm not keen on berserking Crouching Tiger. I think he's he's playing well enough and is quick enough to cause me some issues. Alright, so I just hit the lead. Awesome. Okay, I want to be hitting this guy. Taking the 2 pieces for the rook would put me ahead. Yeah. Pawn at F4 is coming. I like Pawn E6. Maybe Pawn E6 was even better than Rook at G3, now I think about it. But it's still solid here. Rather than playing Pawn at H3, which allows Pawn at F4, I've played this move to cause Black some issues to have a think about. I'm just thinking, whoa, hang on. Yeah, light squares all line. So I thought there was a discovery where that could go. It'll be all right. I thought for a moment the king could take the pawn, but it's check. One of those whoa moments. Okay, let's play sensible here. So I've got an outpost on black's position. I'm just removing the piece that was in my half that he had and consolidating here. So that's an old Nimzowitsch principle in chess, the overprotection. That's what I'm doing right here. Yeah, interesting enough, like prophylaxis is another term. This may sound like jargon to some of you, but there's a chess player, Aaron Nimzowitsch, that came up with a whole lot of chess principles. One is overprotection, where if you have a strong piece, it's in a forward position. If you keep putting pieces in a spot that over defends that position, it tends to favour you. Mathis, very strong. I should not actually be berserking against Mathis, but he's been quite polite and he's obliged as well. The other big principle he had was called prophylaxis, which is basically defending against a threat before it actually happens. And that's certainly valuable in this game. Okay, that's interesting. Play knight d5 first. Yep, interesting game here. Crazy looking move. Capture the queen. I didn't want him to remove my knight here. And playing a little bit loosely. I felt that black was better if bishop d2, queen d5. So I felt here white still maintained some momentum, some initiative, but I can't allow trades to occur too quickly until I get my own king safe. Queen at d4, forking these, I've got bishop e3, so I think he's playing that to set up queen at d4. I'm going to avoid the threat. And now I need to cover up against queen at g1, knight at f2, which is a smothered mate threat. I think he just missed the fact that f2 was covered, that's why he resigned there. He could play bishop d3, but then pawn at d7 was coming. I'd have another opportunity to defend f2. Alright, I'm sailing ahead here. Okay, might get Oppelwesen or 12-10 next. Okay, Oppelwesen it is. Oh, why are you berserking, mate? Yeah, I'd actually like the audience just to be able to have a good game to view as well. I mean, that's not fair. It'll still be a good game. Okay, you can play pawn f5. I'm going to have to block off with this. So 2 pawns for the piece. Yeah, I think that's sensible. I don't want to bring the bishop here. Now, takes, knight e5. I've got queen at a5 picking up the knight, so that's not good for him. I just need to cover e5 now. So I've got a good centre. Do I need to move that? No. I was going to play rook g8, but my mouse decided otherwise. Should be alright. Okay, now Oppelwesen is very resourceful, so I do need to be careful here. Just patch up the weaknesses. Okay, what's the way in? Yeah, see, I already feel so bad. It's just about time here. I'll just patch up the knight at e7 threat. Let's get in on this. F3 is the next spot to hit. Give him something to think about on D2. We'll capture this one. Yeah. Is this the best play or not? I need a pawn to mate here. Queen e4 is... Yeah, I'm not even finishing accurately. See, I only really think he got in trouble there because he was in time trouble. He was doing fine out of the opening. Yeah, it feels like a much more massive advantage, this not having increment. Okay, 12-10. Oh, I've got to try to book a win against my opponent here. So I think if I play anything less than the best move I can come up with on every move, I'm going to struggle against this opponent. I'll go here. So I've got his knight on g5 before castling, so that avoids pawn at h6. And then I've at least got a stake here on this king side. So I have to recapture with a pawn to keep this solid. And now knight d4 is a threat because of this discovery here. So let's put that in. Every pawn counts in this match. What I want to do next is maybe bishop at e5, which is prophylaxis, keeping my dark square solid, but also attacking here and defending here. So he's going to allow it. And he may try to counter quite quickly. I want to get in on the light squares. It's probably just sensible to play pawn at h6 to weaken here. Don't have to do anything too drastic just yet. Yeah, here's where I'm considering a sacrifice. So I'll go forward with it. And I'll bank on having something strong. Against the capture here, I may even have a forced mate. Yeah, and he's seen it. So queen at h3 is actually a mate threat there. He's good enough to see that. I'm going to capture this. Let's play a check, make him use up his pieces. So that has to be captured because of his threatening mate. I'm not sure I should have allowed that. But okay, I should be able to just sidestep this because my knight covers the back. So from here I can just try to grind out. Yeah, it's worthwhile capturing this guy first. Just playing very sensibly. Alright, so happy to take a win against that tough opponent. Was a little bit the opposite way that the last game, one of the first, maybe it was the first game I played against him, where he took all my pieces and just held out. Okay, pure essence again. Okay, we got knight g4 coming in. Okay, what to do against this? So, queen h4 is the one that's coming. No, knight at e7. Oh, grab the bishop. I expect him to capture on f2. He might just attack straight away. Yeah, he is. I think he's getting what he wants out of the opening. He's getting an attack rolling. I've had to play bishop e3, give up this just to give myself some coverage on the back. Now I need to really patch up my own defences first. Yeah, black's a bit better here already. Alright, we'll play. I expect pawn at e6, that's a sensible move. But no, he may try for something more aggressive than that. So he's going to let me have the queen. You know what, I'm just going to play against his move to prevent attack from rolling on. I think pawn at e6 is a better way to proceed, but he's master of his pieces and I'm master of mine. So he's still attacking aggressively. I'm just short on the clock, that's the issue. Okay, this queen's now trapped, which is an issue for him. He might play something like knight at e2 to free himself. I have to capture it. Yeah, my knight's hanging. Worthwhile preserving that. So, hard for him to get in with just the rooks. I'm just preserving my material first. Yeah, okay, he's giving away a little bit there. F4 is a hitting square. Trying to avoid that. And then now trying to kick his queen away. But no shortage of aggressive moves. Pure Essence always seems to have one up his sleeve. So if he plays bishop e2, I am going to capture that. Okay. So here we go. I want another knight in hand. And I'm actually threatening mate now. So yeah, rook at g8 forces... Oh no, he can... that doesn't mate. Does it? Maybe it does. Yeah, so rook at g8. If he captures knight at g6 will mate. If he captures with the king, I've got knight at h6. So I've just got too much material here that even this king that looks safe is mated. The other way in was knight at g6 first, potentially. Queen at f5 will finish. So yeah, happy to take that game in fashion I did. Just held out at the back there, and when the time was right, There's too much material in hand and push forward. Okay, we've got minion D. So a couple of compliments from the channel. They thought that mate was nice to finish at the end. Yeah, I think there were two options really. Could have played that rook at g8 move, or knight at g6 was also working. Okay, you've just got three pieces to pick up. I want to try to wrap this game up quickly. Flourish in the chat says, this top control is my nightmare. And Isakli says, this is my best. Both those guys are regulars on my channel. Two characters. Okay, this is a new position to me. Not that the ideas are dramatically different, but this particular position is new. I'm getting a bit passive here. I'm playing this way to... ooh, what's this? Did not foresee this. Take this way. Nice sharp game. So I'm glad Oppa Wizard hasn't berserked this game, because I just feel bad being like a minute up on the clock. And the game's all just getting determined on time travel. Okay, let's grab C1 first. Now there's a queen hanging here. How do I want to do this? I need a sharp move here. I'm better off just... yeah, I'm better off just leaving it for now. I want to try to put a dent in here. I am spending too much time though. Let's play this way. Because knight at e2 is good to get into. And I'd rather that this trade just gives him the queen in hand with one extra tempo, and then the promoted queen here can take the knight. So rather than bag an extra rook of material, I'm trying to get some extra tempo. I'm valuing tempo, that one tempo, more than a queen or a rook just at this moment. And I'm making some ground here, so rook at f1 is starting to look dangerous. And so now he doesn't have a direct mate threat on my king. I think he could be mated here. No, he's not mated just yet. Let's play queen at d2. That's a bit of a nasty move. So rook at f1 is a threat, but it also hits things. Knight at h3 is something else to cover. He's defending very well though. Okay, I've got mate here. So knight at h3, I'm going to sack a rook first. Then play queen e1, which is going to clear the back. And this also frees up knight at e2. And then I have queen at g1 to finish. So a nice little mating sequence there. Very happy with my practical performance in this last recent section. It's just actually just just finding good moves in unfamiliar positions, making a good strategic decision there to not capture the rook. Some pretty deep stuff. So yeah, got to keep it up for the next half hour. Just giving up the piece here. Oh, I've got some more compliments. Thanks, guys. Smash says, "You're on fire, Jan. That was sick." And Michael says, "Wow, that was nice, deep indeed." Yeah, it's good to pull off a nice one once in a while. Doesn't happen as often these days with getting older, but I'll take what I can get. Okay, so in this opening, I've got a piece for a pawn, and I've deliberately developed a knight out this way just because I've preempted the rook's going to be on this line, and now it's all about a material grabs. If we can hold on to it and grab some more. So I'm kind of looking at this d6 square. I want to remove this defender. And now I'm also happy it's actually a pawn here. It's better to have a pawn blocking there. Then I can utilise a piece out here a bit better. So it's really just some gradual improvements. Here bishop g4, so I'm just going to stay on this topic, and if he captures here, I'll pick up one over there. Rook at h8, pawn g7. I'm gradually making progress. If white just sits still, black may eventually unravel himself by playing, pushing the pawns up and getting some activity on these squares. So I want to try to grab material as early as I can. Alright. So important thing to remind is when you promote a queen, when it's captured by your opponent, it only becomes a pawn again. So I've decided to just grab the rook and pick up a few pieces for that pawn, really. So knight at g8 is the next play. Fairly straightforward. Alright, I've steamed ahead here. I've got a 19-point lead with 26 minutes to go, but with the time control being 1+2, there can be some very quick matches that happen. So yeah, I want to keep it up. Okay, we've got 12-10 again. So I think this is the toughest opponent I'll have today. Against this sort of gambit, my preference is just to get my 2 pawns up early, and so I get development as well, and not falling into one gambit idea. Now there's actually c2 weakness I'm trying to hit here, so I want to get knight at c2 in. So he's had to give up the queen early. Knight at e3. I'm just going to hold on to all the material I can. And he's not just allowing me to do that, is he? So, queen g6 maybe? I also need to be careful I don't get too sucked into holding on to this queen. If he captures the knight, yeah, I'm going to take here because it leaves that open. I think he was expecting b takes and knight at e5 because he thought I'd hold on to the bishop. So I need to play a little bit accurately tactically here. I'm not going to take with either. I want to keep this thread on. I can't take with the king because of knight at e5. So yeah, if I don't play the best move I can against this opponent, I'm going to suffer. So I really want to push myself to play well. Okay, let's bishop at d6 is reasonable. Yeah, just got to hold on to my queen. I don't see any threats on the back. It also holds on to this pawn. So I'm basically just trying to hold on to absolutely everything like a greedy guts. Play along sharp tactical lines. Give nothing away. Okay. So threat here is, yeah, it's worthwhile covering. He's going to capture this. He's playing a good game here. He's not making it easy. Doesn't take much to slip up from here against him. Even if all he's got is pawns. And already here I feel like I've slipped up. Now rook at e8 is dangerous. Yeah, I need to capture this one. He's got me in some trouble now. Making myself a little escape outlet. This bishop's still covered by the queen. Really sharp game. I'm actually a little bit disappointed at how much play he is getting. I'm going to have to start countering now. Pawn at g6. Oh, yeah, I could be mated here. Oh, this way. I've got to take that. Oh, I like pawn at g7 better, but he may have found something. No, I've got to run the king up now. Miss knight h4. He's got rook at g7, mate. That's unfortunate. I think king g8 might have still been safe. Oh no, maybe knight e7. No. So I think he actually found mate in the end. That was really nice. Knight h5. Very resourceful there. I had a big edge from the opening and I didn't capitalise it. So look, that's the level of talent out there. I mean, I played a series against All You Need Is Luft recently. He's definitely up there, but 12-teen is in that same league, so he's definitely got the better of me again. I'd love to see him play some more here. Bishop f7 was a better move here. And even here, d3 is preferable because now d4 is under attack. Yeah, a little bit of a lull on the performance here. I'm creating myself some serious problems actually. Yeah, played this open very badly. So I can't afford to choke here. I've got 20 minutes left, still got a lead. I'll need to pick myself back up. Yeah, not looking good at all here. I made it now. Yeah, I think I was actually just that disappointed that I lost the previous game. Okay, not so bad to lose 2 in a row. Better you do that than get a multiply back and lose it again. So let's look ahead. just got smashed twice by two very good players. Alright, 20 minutes to go. Let's get back on the horse. I'm looking at this square. Nothing decisive yet. I don't have enough material to really start hitting, but if there's enough trades in my favour, which is looking like the way it is now, then maybe I can bruise something on there. Oh, he shouldn't go there. I was expecting King G1. Okay, still max. So I saw this opening earlier. This is a deliberate pawn sack opening here. And the idea is that white tries to get activity while black spends a lot of moves moving, one piece multiple times to eventually get captured. But yeah, look, it's actually still playable for black. It's not. This is not like the end of the world. It's just one way of playing. So here my mind's looking at c3 and how I can attack it. If I play bishop at b2 straight away, the knight can still move to a4. So I'm just cutting off that last escape square to effectively trap it. And then when the knight goes, then I'll focus on this knight here. So he's found an outlet here with knight a4. Oh no, he's defending. So yeah, I'm going to grab this pawn while his king's still not safe. And now start making some captures so that knight at e5 is going to be effective. So pawn at h6 or knight at f7. And knight at f7 is pretty solid. So yeah, threats knight at g6 here. So with the light squares covered, yeah, I'm not sure this is best actually. Okay, I've got to watch my clock really. Attacking two bishops defended by one queen. That's the play at the moment. Now rook at g8 is very difficult to stop. You can play knight h6, that'll delay the move. Alright, got my multiply back. 12-10, chasing hot, 12 behind. So things can all come undone here. Yeah, if I don't get back on the horse and try to push home hard. E-Dog Bomb, that's a flourish on Leech. Says I've gone from 2230 to 1850 in a single bet. I'm donezo. Okay, KE King, he can be quite a quick player. I'm going to choose not to berserk. This player's been on fixed for a long time. He's a moderately strong player. So I'm going to respect his knowledge and his pace and try to hold on to the multiplier at this late stage. happy to trade this off. Try to make some pressure. Ooh, yeah, okay. I've got something a bit more nasty. Maybe it might take. Yeah, I might pawn at h2 here. I'm try to get the queen in. So yeah, just pushing aggressively as I can. I want to try to win this as quickly as I can. Alright, I need quick wins, that's what I need. Go Schroller. So I've seen this same opening a couple of times. I have a feeling Schroller might be a name from the past. I mean, he was a name on ICC a long time ago, so he might be familiar with some of this play. E3 cutting off the bishop, so before the queen can take it, I'm getting a knight there, and then I'm opening up this file. So now E4 is something I can potentially go for. We'll play E4. So white's now a pawn up, and yeah, quite happy here. I mean, black's got more to worry about on the dark squares than white has to worry about here. I just need to stay solid. So knight at e8 is the move I'm looking at after queen takes f6, and from here white has too big an edge. So black's not going to be able to generate an attack, and I've got one of every piece in reserve. So yeah, I want to try to finish this quickly. So Lodge asks, Berserk is half the increment too. No, in fact, Berserk is, for some reason, the rule they've made with 1+2 is that Berserk loses no initial time, but you lose the increment altogether. I think that only applies for 1+2. I think if you maybe had 2+2, it would be maybe you lose a minute plus your increment. So yeah, I guess they could give you 30 seconds as well, but maybe they figure it's tough enough having just 1 minute. Wow, Pure Essence has played a lot of games. He's had a bad streak recently. Opal Wezen as well, he had a streak there. So I think 12 Teen's been performing very well. Satura, okay. I expect a fast opponent here, so I don't want to open up the opportunity of being flagged. Okay. So I'm going to castle first before I really try to bring things open with e5. Okay. I'll grab. I want to avoid being forked with d5, so I'm going to get this bishop out of the way. And I'd love to have some diagonal pieces to really make a dent in the dark squares, but don't have them at the moment. But look, I'm up a piece for a pawn, and there's no particular weakness on my side, so I've got to see how I can try to grind an advantage out of this. So yeah, I don't want to be slowing down too much either. Let's just play aggressively. Yeah, I don't mind him expending his pawn. Now that's something to hit. So there's either knight at g4 or something slow at bishop e3, queen d2. Well, we'll just be sensible. I'm just going to cover this so that this knight's free to move. Rook e1, that's natural. I don't need to blow him up quickly. I'm just preparing bishop f4 at a later stage because I want to get hit. I'm going to play c4 here now to stop knight d5. Just work my way in slowly. It's just really hard for black to make progress, and then I can play bishop f4, queen d2. So I pretty much just sat on him till he ran out of time there. 12-10, still pushing up, so he's 16 behind, 7 minutes left. Alright, really want to push home last 7 minutes. Okay, and Michael says, yes, Schroer is on fix and on ICC, he's known as an international master. Okay, I will berserk this one. Oh, that's something I want to hit. I'm thinking queen e7, knight takes, I'll play pawn at f7 with a g8. Well, that was a quick one. 12-10, still 15 points behind. So Siddharth Patel, he says, Jan, wonder if you're good at tongue twisters. Try saying this one repeatedly. Whale oil beef hooked. That's weird. Whale oil beef hooked, whale oil beef hooked, whale oil beef hooked, whale oil beef hooked, whale oil beef hooked. That doesn't sound too difficult. There's probably some tougher ones than that. Okay, Kaiser Soze. Going down a line where White's played a gambit, and I think if black backs off, it's still playable, but black's a bit passive. My preference is just to take it head on by making sure I get these two pawns up, and then fighting from there. And the key here is trying to get aggressive fast. White's basically playing for activity. I'm going to say, well, you've given me an extra pawn, so I'm going to try to use it on you before you try to get active on me. Yeah, I think this is too big for black. So that's exactly my point there, where White's tried to open up the position too fast, and just because I have this pawn here, this queen at h1 threat's going to decide the game. White can't make a dent in black's position, and so it's all over. And that is actually a little bit of playing the man as well, not just playing the position, because a player that is playing that kind of opening likes to attack, likes to play an open position. and might actually slip up by being too aggressive too early. So yeah, 4 minutes to go. Yeah, I want to get a couple more under my belt. Math ace, a good player. Yeah, I'll play something a bit different. I'll play bishop e7. Math ace, I think, has been a really good student of the game in the last couple of months. He's really been rising up the ranks. He plays every week. It's causing me some problems. So I'm just doing something a little bit different, so to try to make him come up with something. And it looks like he's doing that. So if I back off, I think that's too dangerous. Yeah, I'll just play knight at f4. He's still going to come in with queen h5 though, so this isn't great for me. Let's say that white's already better here. Bishop f7 is a good move. And then black just doesn't really have compensation for being better. Oh, there's. I'm going to grab this. Just got to be careful not in too much trouble at home. So bishop g6, come back, knight at f7 is covered by the rook. I want to make something happen on the back rank before it all comes apart at home. Queen f5 is a move I have to block with pawn at g6. Yeah, not easy here. Rook, knight f8's a mate threat, so you can even play something like king e2. But I can take this. Yeah, I feel like he could have played this better, but I'm still not out of the woods yet. Maybe rook e7. Yeah, queen f5 here. I'm going to deliberately, yes, block with the pawn first, and that's so to make his queen take. So when my king comes here, his knight can't come there. Now he's brought the knight there. I need to hit the queen with this, so that after capturing here, yeah, I think I can repeat. It's very sharp, but I'll be okay. The point was after 97 takes, defends against pawn at g6. Yeah, so he can get a draw here. I don't want to allow that. I'm going to allow pawn h7, but then capture this way. So hanging on by the skin of my teeth here. A pawn or a bishop would mate me here. So yeah, happy with how I'm playing this so far. Okay, now it's my turn. Oh, queen at e1 was mate in 1. Yeah, that was some good sharp defensive play there. I like that. I was nearly mated a couple times. So knight f8, knight e7 just both narrowly fail, even though they look so strong. The key point was after knight takes e7, which fell to rook. Bishop takes f5, defends against the pawn at g6, and rook at h7 mate 3. Alright, and that's taken us to the end of the tournament. So look, I'm gonna open up the next one. What have we got here? We've got Crazyhouse Madness, which today is actually 2-0. So yeah, swapping things around. Okay, Master Tan. Oh, he's going to berserk me. Okay, I'll just transition from one tournament to another, so happy to take down the first event. Really happy with how I performed. So it is interesting, but instead of a 30-second or a 1-minute event, we've got a 2-minute event. It may actually be kind of more similar to the past event. Alright, I feel like there should be some advantage here. There's something going on a6. Queen at a5 wasn't winning the piece. Castle here. Yeah, I'll just limit the trades. Alright, now I'm going to cash in. So queen at a5 is my trick. Before it didn't work because he could have played queen at b6. Pick up a little bit of material. Alright, that's just defending against this battery in future. I don't actually want to take this knight. I'm going to leave the knight there. And here I've got pieces in hand while he doesn't, so I've got a bit of flexibility to move things. So that's what I'm going to take advantage of here. Capture this one. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll just proceed sensibly. Just trying to make something out of nothing now. It's not the easiest thing to do. Okay, my queen's under attack. I'll just take it. Okay. Bring bishop on. There's a bit more. There's just a bit of desperation now. He doesn't have a knight, he doesn't have a rook, so now I get the checks. Queen at d7, queen at 5. There we have it, and we're off. Okay, so we've got a 2-minute tournament today. That's a little bit different. Okay, Krosky. So against b3, I like to consolidate on e5. There's a number of ways of playing against it. This is just one. And h6 to prevent knight g5 when the bishop comes here. Yeah, I don't need to break the position open in a hurry. Neither side's really committed material, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to shuffle my rooks across, really bolster up my king side well before the position opens up, and at a later time I'll crack the position open. So he's decided to do the same thing. Let's get this here. Now I'm going to try to tempt him to play e4, because that'll open up knight at f4 as a square for me later. So I'm going to play bishop f5, tempt e4, try to drop the bishop back, and then come in slowly. He's not going for that, so we'll go back. We'll go back to h7. I want to try to get every piece on the king side. So now we want to reroute this knight. This is as slow strategical as it gets. There's been no capture on the board at all. The only thing is this pawn becomes open to capture if I play knight d8. So, how to proceed? Queen e6. Let's just not allow him to do anything on the queen side. I'll try to stifle his creativity as much as he's stifling mine at the moment. Let's just defend this before it becomes an issue. And then, of course, being mindful on the clock. Alright, I'm going to make that capture. At the moment, I feel like his dark squares are easier to get in than his light squares. And now that trades are starting to come off, I have to start moving because things are going to get attacked and hit. So I'm even open to sacrificing my queen here. But all the defense is already set up around the king. Yeah, that's alright. Got things to hit here. I've got a pawn to capture there. So regaining the queen, just grabbing some material. Alright, so Oppa Wesen's away. Crossy says LOL. Oh, here it comes. So now there's a whole lot of other tongue twisters thrown my way. Alright, E-Dog Bomb, he wants Irish wristwatch. Okay, that's not bad. Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch. Yeah, I have to segment my syllables a little bit to get through that one. Cool. Okay, hyper aggressive here, trying to get every piece active. Whoa, he's brought the king out. Okay, bring out the king to play, we'll hit it. Knight f5 is going to be dangerous because this knight can jump into e7. So it's either bishop at g7 mate, or you pick up the queen and you get mate later on. I think Master Tan will do very well in these conditions. It's 2 minutes and you can berserk. 1-0 is probably his favourite time control anyway, so yeah, I'm picking Master Tan to be the biggest troublemaker today in this event. C2's open here. Can't do much with it just yet. Right, it's a free knight. This just makes knight at c2 an available threat. Also this. I am going to pause for a toilet break just after this one. So, yeah, Queen G2 coming in. Okay guys, I'll be back shortly. Alright, we're back. Just going to close the other window. Good. Okay. Alright, more tongue twisters. Okay, 11T. Let's go. There's one tongue twister so long I can't even read it. Okay. So we got a French defence. Black's pushed on the king side. Yeah, I don't really feel like I'm making much ground here. Take it with a queen. Queen to b3. I'll back up the d4 pawn with c3. He can sack on f2 if he wants, but there's not enough open in the position to really damage the king side. So we've got a bit of a slow strategic game here. I'm going to try to hit this knight. Can't be defended. So he's allowing it. Drawing first blood by taking a pawn, and then there might be something with bishop at a8. I will want to open this up later. What's the best way to go about this? I'll just defend it for now. No, take with a pawn. I was considering opening up with knight e5, but we'll go this way. Okay, it's the clock I need to be concerned about again. So let's grab this and pawn at d6. This looks dangerous for black. I've got something decisive. Knight at a4 looks annoying. It's going on b6. It's going to defense though. Okay, it's just the clock now. Oh, I've got a sharp finish here. I think he's gonna have enough to defend, unfortunately. Yeah, there might be a few checks that get played here. Well, I should have taken the queen. It's gonna cost me. Ah, yeah. It's just run down on the clock. So I can't allow that to happen. Okay, Mississippi player. I'm going to berserk a little bit against some of the stronger players here to really push myself. I think the focus for today really is performance, and I need to push myself a little bit. I need to get a bit of a competitive vibe going. That's probably my weakness in my old age. I shouldn't say old age. I'm 31. It's not that old. It's older age than before. I'll take this first. Oh, that's interesting. I'm expecting knight at a5. Okay, both sides are pretty solid. It's a good move. Okay, let's put this one on first. Give me knight at e5. I need to block off this again. Got a sharp finish. I've got to get in. Where do the checks lead? It's queen b5. Okay, good game. Yeah, enough with the tongue twisters. Gonna leave that. Okay. Frisu. Okay, I'm a little bit behind the pace off a Wesson and Master 10. It looks like 12-10 actually retired after he defeated me that series. Ooh, that's an early one. Yeah, the problem with the King's Gambit in Crazyhouse is that the pawn actually comes back, and that changes things quite a lot. Yeah, it's probably not an opening I'd recommend, but let's see where this goes. So I still do need to make up the time. Oh yeah, bishop h2 is decent enough, then knight g4 is a threat. Just want to make sure you get it with check, or else you'll be mated on f7. Okay, let's get the queen active. There's two key threats here, queen at h1 and also queen at e1. So it's very hard to stop this active queen. Yeah, you can just take this way. Alright, let's bring out the beast. I'm gonna go crazy berserking here, I think. I'm gonna put some pressure on myself to perform early. Siddharth Patel. Goodie. Y-E-M-I-G-H-T. It's a good eye mate, which is pretty much saying g'day mate in a very strong Australian accent. So look, I've forgotten to berserk here, I meant to do that. Siddharth Patel the other week I thought was quite amusing. He was trying to help me out by saying which players I should berserk against and which I shouldn't. And then he made some joke which I struggled to understand in a hurry, and I ended up losing a game by just forfeiting by not moving in the first 20 seconds. So I found that quite ironic that he was trying to help me out and ended up distracting me. That was good for a bit of a laugh. Okay, where to from here? Well, I'll capture this. White's offered me a pawn for some activity on his part, but this threat's something that needs to be addressed first, so he doesn't get to hit me straight away. So I've gladly got into it. And yeah, here I'll play pawn at c4. It's preparing things like knight at b3 and capture. I don't need to capture this straight away, it's probably helping him a little bit. I'll wait till he plays a move that actually hits the queen before considering taking here. It's just to use another tempo. So yeah, in this case though, I'll take this first. Now this rook's going to be dangerous because it's going to allow me to hit a1. And he'll have a mate threat here which I have to parry. So I'll do that by defending here first. And now my threat is knight a1 check, king d2. I don't yet see the mate though. Bishop c1, rook at d1. It's kind of getting away. Make sure I don't get mated at home either. I'll bring this back for a second. Do I have a better alternative? Yeah, I think rook c1 is just better than bishop at c4. If I can capture the queen with check, that'll be over. If he runs up, that'll be trouble as well. Okay, so yeah, this should go here. That's how it's done. Siddharth Patel, he says sorry about that, mate. There's no need to apologise, it's my fault for not understanding the joke. Okay, promote king. Alright, I'm a little bit behind Master 10 and off at Wesson. So Master 10 is going to go like a rocket in this event. Okay, you really got to put pressure on to not just win games, but win them quickly. That's what gets the results. Okay, go down a queen sack line. And black gets some pressure here. So yeah, black's down a piece for queen, but the idea is that with the queen only, it's not so easy for white to penetrate. Now he's put the queen there, I want to put a knight on e2. So that's bringing the queen back. And now try to get aggressive. So I've got some holes here to have a go at, but I kind of need another diagonal piece or a knight. Okay, so can I do something with pawn at h3 here? Instinctively it looks right. Queen or bishop? Yeah, just sitting around doing nothing is definitely wrong. Hit here. I haven't seen far enough ahead here. I don't think I got enough to make. I'm gonna have to pull out. It's really unfortunate because you really kind of just get safe if I'm down on time. Alright, he's not safe now though. Master 10. Definitely the one to catch. Yeah, Siddharth, it was pretty amusing. It's fun. Okay. They're picking up an early pawn. I don't want to develop his knight on d7, so I'm going to step back for that one. I'm going to get out of the way of this, so castles is a good thing to do. And then let's get attacking. Although e2 is not covered. Probably pawn at e5 is a better move. We'll do it now. Yeah, playing a little bit inaccurately here. Even this is not such a bad move. You can just capture this. Not playing well at all this game. I've now fixed up this knight e2 check problem, and then I'll try to attack him. Let's just go high progressive. Oh, it's right up. So capturing with check. Yeah, you could win the queen here, but it's probably trivial. King d7 escape square. So now just capturing the queen because it's more effective at setting up a mating net. Chasing with the checks didn't finish the job as efficiently. Alright, Opelwezen took a hit. Master 10 now 12 points ahead. Alright, Krosky. I'm gonna berserk Krosky. Alright, I'll pick off this one. d4, I'll play e4. Yeah, I'm not keen on moving this knight off the e7 square if there's a pawn coming off the board. then that's a bad fork here. So I'd rather just allow this bishop to be taken and threaten his knight and start moving into his king. So yeah, he's coming for this knight here, but I'm just going to ignore it and get his kingside first. Oh, knight at e7 was a good move there. That was yeah, that was a slight inaccuracy from myself. I think I would have been in some trouble. So by him putting a knight here, it allows me to capture this later, which might be useful for f3. It's not going to be useful just yet, because if I capture it, this bishop's going to defend. So I might actually want to remove this bishop first. So here I'm going to take this one, because if he takes my queen here, his knight defends there, so I'm actually getting my queen off that square. This is no longer really a sacrifice because of knight at f3, which would made. Oh, Master Tan took a hit. Who took him down? Guilty King. Alright, that's interesting. It's a rare slip from Master Tan. Okay, Math Ace. Yeah, preference not to berserk against this player. Maybe I should to push myself a little bit. Yeah, so we went down this path before. I played some queen sacrifice out of the blue. I don't know if it was better for me, but I actually didn't mind it too much. I'm going to go for more of the same, just because I feel he's a little bit unfamiliar with this. I do get 2 pieces for the queen, so I'm feeling fine on a material basis. It's more positionally, I think. It's not so easy for black to make progress. Alright, we might have a check here, but we'll back off there. Go to e2 first. Just avoids the bishop h4 option. I don't know if it's a big deal or not. Good thing is queen at f2 doesn't give up this pawn because it's covered. So I'm not getting mated here, even though it looks a little bit dangerous with the queen in hand and my king in the open. Here I just feel like I've got a material advantage. I'm up one piece. I need to consolidate, get safe, and start attacking. Okay. I'm going to cover f2 while I have the chance. It also opens up f7. So what would really hurt me here is a knight on d4. So it's good to be aware of the things that are going to hurt in future. I put the queen here, just avoids bishop b5 check and put some more pressure there. There may also be some tactics that are valuable this way. He's offered the queen. Just be sensible. I like the bishop here covering e4 and g2. The discovery is not worth much if you hit the checker behind it. Right, so happy with how I played that. You saw, even though I sacrificed a queen early out of the blue, it caused my opponents a problem because it was a bit ambiguous on how to proceed. Sometimes that's not a bad practical play. A reasonably quick player here, berserked, and so I'm going to be short on time. So I prefer not to take this because it opens up bishop at d5, which gives black a fair bit to play for. It opens up these lines. So instead, bishop e3 really just closes off the position, just defends this base of the pawn chain. Already here, my opponent's looking for ways to get active. He's actually giving up this piece. I'm going to pick off a pawn here. So seeing how this player is playing, I'm going to try to play the man more than the position, and just try to limit activity and creativity a little bit. I think he likes to be active and open. I put a knight here to cover knight e2, because otherwise the knight can take c3. It also hits this for later on. I'm going to knock this bishop off that diagonal first. I think he wants this knight c3. Well, that was actually just hanging. I should have just taken that. Okay, rook here, then I'll really want to capture this one. In fact, it's good enough. Bishop at d5 is not too much to be concerned about. I'm not concerned about my own king. If knight h3, I just got king h1. Because this bishop covers f2, which is critical. That stops the smothered mate, queen at g1. Now his king's a little bit too open, so I'll get in first. Okay, Master Tan's back up and running. I'm probably a little bit closer to him. Just 9 points off the pace. Okay. CIW. Looks pretty quick. Alright, so I want to remove the defender on this. If he takes my queen, I'll take his queen. And I'm a piece up. And I'm banking on having enough resource to prevent any mate threat that's going to come on my side. So let's see how it goes. Alright, he's opted to give up. Give this up. F6 is reasonable. So I want to be sharp here. I want to get a piece on around the king side quickly. There's some bishop at e7 ideas or knight at e7 ideas. I want to make sure I've got some representation in terms of defense back here, but also attack this way. So now with two knights here, if he does do something, bishop e7, I can take the queen, he takes the queen, and then knight h3 will be mating. So if he takes, queen at g2, if the king moves. If the king moves to h1, queen at g1 would mate. So all important to get a bit of initiative there, rather than just recapture the bishop on c6. I have a feeling like I'm going to be 9 points behind Master 10 for a while here, if not more. Bubble Man. Alright, gotta try to ramp up the pace and finish games quicker. So I'm looking at the c7 weakness. Now bishop e7, it traps his queen, so it should probably bring a bishop out to b4. Let's go queen b6 instead. I'll cover this pawn, I think it's worthwhile. Yeah, I'm not seeing huge value from this file here, so I don't mind castling. What I want to do is unlock this, put some pressure on f7, and come in this way, and also open up this line by bishop and queen. So naturally I'll see these weaknesses to hit. Taking on d7 is also not bad. In fact, I'll go this way. Just gotta watch the open file now. I'm going to throw in the check just so he can't castle queenside. Just keeps his king a little bit less stable. I am Dreams saying, say it's peanut butter jelly time. It's peanut butter jelly time. Could have preserved this queen, I suppose. That's right. Now he's offering a queen here, that's a bit unusual. Okay, let's wrap this up. Oh, Master 10 dropped another one. Who's that to? NM Ferrari. Okay, NM Ferrari's quite quick. Looks like 12 teens come back to join the party. We've lost a couple though. I'm expecting to demolish a large proportion of the field. Alright, Flourish. So he's also known as E-Dog Bomb on my channel. He makes a funny comment. He thinks it's quite intimidating watching my stream and playing against me at the same time. Okay, so I'm just keen on keeping up the pace here. Where's this knight go? Well, avoid. I don't mind having a pawn in hand, because then pawn at b2 becomes an option. He's going to go down this path. Okay, he's going to force some sharp play out of me. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, I'm going to take this because it's hitting this, it's hitting this. And then bishop f5 just covers up my king a little bit better. So yeah, so white's got some initiative here. It looks alright. I've got to try to fend off all the attacks and not lose on time. So I've got a bit of work ahead of me here. I want to play bishop at c5, get rid of this knight that's harassing my king side, and then also open this up. Pawn at e2 is obviously a threat here too. So. But look, I want to get safe in the king side first. So even though I've lost the queen and a rook, you see the minor pieces in this game can coordinate quite well. You effectively have two bishop pairs here. This pawn is under attack. I have to make sure I cover it first. Now his queen is on. So I'm going to take that one. Yeah, I'll just take the knight, because then queen at g1 becomes a mate threat with knight at f2 to follow. And now I'm very safe on the king side. So here it's just about fast play. Yeah, well, that's going to be mated. Alright. Thanks for the game, Flourish, if you're watching. Don't be intimidated. Just play. Okay, Master Tan. Oh, he's going to berserk me. Here we go. I'm expecting pawn at e4. I'll give up the piece. I'll just come in this way. Yeah, black's looking alright here. I think he's just delayed pawn at e4 slightly. Yeah, he's annoying me. He's really picking apart at very slight weaknesses here. Actually want to, I want to block out his bishop with c4. Pin. Don't really have anywhere to run. Alright, serious trouble. Knight at h3 I think was most accurate, but this is going to do. I'm just down material with no compensation. He's just beating me up despite having less time. I'm trying to undermine h3 here. It's interesting, you can just ignore it though. Yuck. I'll have to settle for something ugly like this. My goodness. Problems, problems, problems. It's only a matter of time now. Just hanging on by the skin of my teeth. If that. Okay, let's cover up back here. Uh-oh, find some mate. No, he was too good. He just exploited a couple of weaknesses that I left myself open to in the opening, and got the better of me very quickly. He's a man to stop, Master 10. I'm going to have to perform well against him if I want to make a dent in his run. So he's just beaten me there while berserking and I didn't. Okay, we've got an hour and 8 to go. Still plenty to play for. So C6 key thing is stopping knight d5. If there's a capture on f6, I'd have to take back this way so that my queen can guard against the knight at c7 threat. So yeah, castle's not absolutely terrible, but I don't know if it was wise kind of castling into the storm a little bit. Seems okay now, but I think there were some different moves to be concerned about. I'm allowing a bit too much with this. Not liking the way I've played this game. So none of the knight h6 threats work just yet. It's good to have this covering the back for later on. I've now got a plan where knight at h4, knight f4 can come in. So let's hit the queen. Even though I am down the queen for a piece, I have more flexibility than white does, and something loose will drop off here. Alright, there we have it. Yeah, I'm taking a long time to win that game. I need to go faster. Okay, Oppa Wesen. I've got a berserk against him. Early queen g4. Gotta cover this. Threads this, and now d5's a threat. Then capture, 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 capture. Something is new for both of us. I'm just trying to work out the tactics on the fly. Yeah, here I like taking this because I have a queen at d4 trick at the end of it, which wins a pawn and puts his king in a bit of an unsafe position. Yeah, okay. Just be sensible. knight g4 is quite natural. Trying to hit the dark squares. Queen at g3. He should back off there. Yeah, that's the right way to go. It's going to end up trapping my queen, but I don't mind it. Just going to push on as aggressively as I can. The knight also hits e3, which is valuable. Capturing it then opens up the file. I have another pawn in hand. Okay, he doesn't seem bothered by it though. Do I have a play here? I'm not taking this first. The idea is if knight takes, I can recapture his check. With bishop here, I can capture it. Then after takes, pawn at g2, bishop at h2 mates. So he goes this way. And what? I feel like there should be mate here, I'm just not seeing it. I'll play this one. This is just threatening bishop h2, king h1, knight at g3, stopping the king from coming out to f2. And I'm in more danger of losing this game on time than on the position, so the worst thing I can do is just think too long on an elegant mate. Yeah, I'm just going to grab the rook. And rook at g1 is too strong because of there's a discovered check. Very hard to stop that, mate. But he's going to try. So I'm going to cut off this square first, and then pawn at g3 will finish. Alright. I drank a bit of water this morning. I'm going to take another toilet break. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, you dog bomb. That was Flourish. Has made some funny comments about the game I played against him. He was saying he probably should have taken advantage of some of my commentary during the game. Okay, pure essence. So he's going for this aggressive line on f2 again. I think he got a decent position out of this last time. So anyway, let's go forward. Maybe I should have played knight at e7 first. So this is a fun game to play from here. I've got a couple minor pieces for the in return for the queen, and we both have to play a sharp game to get the outcome we want. Ooh, look at c1. We'll take that. Put another rook on. Fortunately, I've got a bishop here covering g1. Grab his piece. Yeah, I'm not concerned if he grabs the bishop now. He doesn't have. It's not an inroad. You can't take the pawn on f5. That's poisoned. So yeah, we're both in unfamiliar territory and both just having to play Crazyhouse. Everything at 5-4. Probably should have taken with the king so that I can avoid this. I don't really have mate on this king, I don't think. So I need to cover against bishop at f3. Oh, he's getting his own king safe now, so let's hit here. I'm happy to take the queen. If he wants to check with knight at h4, I'll just grab the rook. Now, I'm not afraid of the tactics here. I think white's got plenty of minor pieces on the board. He's recovered both queens. And it should work out in white's favour. Check here, I can bring it back, and bishop at g2 is covered, bishop at f3 is covered. I'm threatening to take the rook. Alright, he's just hanging on here. Time to get this knight active. I think I just prefer capturing. So yeah, losing on time is the biggest risk here. I just need to move. Okay, he's trying to generate an attack on this side. Still got plenty of cover on the king side. Just gotta make sure I don't slip into a mate. But, this gives some more coverage. I'll remove the defender of this pawn. Okay, I'm getting into his king now. Nice little elegant finish here. Queen at h8 or queen at g8. Okay, happy with how I played that. We just had a good clubs off, fists out, and just playing for every tactic on the board. So Master 10's picked up the pace again. I'm still 9 points behind him. We've got 54 minutes to go. Chess Wiz, try to berserk. Yep, still got him in time. I feel like I got better sleep this week before this event. I slept earlier and the energy levels are a little bit better. So I felt like last week I had some stamina issues. I didn't perform as well. Okay, going straight for this. Okay. Now at this stage, if he's going to hit me on dark squares, I want to try to keep my bishops on. That's why I've taken with the rook first. Just helps give me a bit more coverage. Now knight at f5 is a good way to proceed. Picking up a pawn off me. So yeah, I like bishop at h4, it's just keeping everything solid. Now hit him on the dark squares. So there could be mate here. It's definitely opening up the king. King f6, knight at e4, king takes f5, queen h5 to block off g6, and then pawn at g4 mates. He's not going down that path. We'll just go this way. Pawn at g4, and then queen f3 mates. Okay, on to the next. Wow, Master Turn is dropping quite a few games today. I'm surprised. He's normally quite solid. He's taking on 12-10 now. So 12-10 knows how to play this as black too. That should be an interesting game. Frade16, he says, Magnus Carlsen has said that most of the time he just intuitively knows what move to make and that he spends time making sure he hasn't missed something. Is this the case with you too? Yeah, quite similar actually. So I think, yeah, basically over time, playing this a lot, you train a subconscious instinct through conscious play, and then occasionally, yeah, you just need to check that, yeah, that your intuition makes sense, and that you aren't just playing moves. So yeah, I can relate to what he's saying there. There's actually a general instinct. If you're going to play 1 minute chess, you know, and do well on the clock, I mean, there's got to be an instinctive element there. Okay, we've got an interesting game here. I'm opting to sacrifice some material to try to put some pressure on black's kingside early. Nothing entirely decisive yet, but just making it clear that the queen trade's not going to favour him. So he's going to try to take all the material and prove I don't have enough, which is a reasonable play. So I think White's proceeding the right way here. And I've got a fair bit of work ahead of me. Alright, I like queen at h5 because it's got this fork. It's a key point of that exchange there, and then this bishop covers my king side nicely. So, yeah, I don't have a threat immediately on his king though. I think I'll just attack this pawn. So even here, I mean, it looks like, yeah, I've got in behind him, but I don't have a clear mate threat yet, so I need to be careful of what happens on my side of the board as well. Yeah, I think it's wisest just to attack here. This bishop's not enough to actually mate me just yet, just because of the setup I have with this pawn and bishop. So queen g1 is pretty hard to stop here. You can play knight at e2. He's just missed it. Yeah, maybe knight at e2, but yeah, I still wasn't seeing a direct way in. Maybe he could have defended. I'm not actually sure. Yeah, he just said in the chat, he said LOL M1 threats. He's just admitting he didn't see that last move. Okay. Getting back to berserking. We've got 48 minutes left. I'm up against Promote King. I've seen this position earlier today. Yeah, against knight at f5, I'm not keen on taking it because I think that helps white to progress. So this is interesting. Now if he tries something sharp like knight e5, I'm just going to recapture because the idea would be pawn at e7. Against this though, I'm going to back off. Against pawn at e7 I'll have two defenders here. So right now my strategy is white sacrifice a piece for a pawn, and I'm just going to try to defend, undermine the pieces that are in my half, and then I'll have a material advantage, and that'll put me in good stead for the rest of the game later. So rather than trying to counter-attack or generate my own initiative to counter his, I'm just absorbing the attack first. So see here I've got an extra piece in hand now. Now with the bishops he can't really hit me directly. I've got everything covered, so I'm going to start my own attack. Put everything on attacking and defending light squares. So you can do that by putting knights on the opposite colour. Try to get in here. Alright, and the pace is picking up. Yeah, knight at f5 coming in. Not too concerned about it. I'll lose a pawn on h6. Pawn at g7. It's a good move. I'll play pawn at g7 myself. So okay, gotta watch the clock now. Clock's the issue. So it's in these moments that I will call on instinct to try to play quicker. And so I'm still looking for the mates and still checking things, but ultimately the candidate moves come quite naturally. So Siddharth Patel says, Jan, are you or have you ever been interested in maths? I think it was much earlier in childhood or something, not as much now. Yeah, I'm not a big study person. I mean, while there's probably some similarities in the brains that like maths and chess, for me it's that Crazyhouse in this case is actually an interactive learning experience. That's how I like to learn. Maths I find is a bit too much study and from the book. So by the same token, I'm not a big theory person in terms of how I approach chess. I'm very much trying to play the game on the board and seeking out unfamiliar positions, and that's what I enjoy. Okay. I'm going to change focus to the king and queen side temporarily. Just hit b7. And then get some tactics going. So threat here is rook b7, bishop c6. After that though, I'll back this bishop away. I feel like that knight's not on the most useful square. Alright, my opponent's very low on time. Running the clock down is good enough here. But I'm just going to slowly make an edge on the light squares. Alright, finally in a lead. But gosh, Master Tan's having to drop a ton of games to get me into that position. Alright, 42 minutes to go. And E-Dog Bomb, he says, where's Danny Walker this week? A little sad without him. Yeah, I was actually looking forward to him being here because he made a cheeky comment on one of my videos. I was confirming with Tebow the other day. Tebow joined the stream against Atrophy, and I was not sure if I pronounced his name correctly, and he confirmed I did. And so Danny Walker put a comment on the channel and said, oh, yeah, you don't pronounce my name correctly either, it doesn't have an Australian accent. So I was going to give him my best American accent today, but he's not here to hear it. I mean, what a disappointment. Anyway, you can't win them all, right? So he'll be back. Danny Walker will be back. Okay, Mississippi player. Now these Mississippi players have been doing well in recent times. He's been causing me problems in these tournaments. Oh, I thought he might try that. Let me get this check in first. Get this one in. Put this here first. He's got this. He's got a tactic with bishop at b6 or bishop at c5. That's why I can't take this just yet. So I'm trying to make the tactics work in my favour before I capture it. Or otherwise I'm just going to avoid it and play knight at h7. Then if it's castle, it's not really good enough. Ooh. Right, I've got a hit on this queen. So if he tries something funny with the bishop, I might just back off the king to h1, and that's the end of the threats. And meanwhile, this threat remains. So I haven't resolved all my problems though. It's a good move. Threatening f8. Oh, that looks dangerous. Should have something strong here. I'm trying to see. Oh, there it is, knight e7. So king b8, knight at c6 picks up the queen. Because my king's just so safe here. I feel like if I get good hits on his king, I'm going to come out strong. And I want to pick off this knight so I can continue attacking him. Meanwhile, my king's very safe. It's covered by all sorts of defensive pieces in the field. So while I don't have him mated yet, I just have such a big edge on the position. Okay, let's get rid of that defender. Let's put a check in here. He has to take with the king, or else he's made it. And meanwhile, Master Tan's just racked up a couple more games and got back to the lead. The question from Siddharth Patel is asking if I've ever played Go. I haven't played Go. I know about it. I don't actually know the rules of Go. I just got the feeling that even the computers were struggling with it, or maybe Google figured it out recently. I'm not sure if it's Go. I think that's Go. I've also heard of Shogi, which is a bit more like Crazyhouse, where I think you can place pieces back on, but there's a number of conditions that come with that. So I've not played either Go or Shogi, but I have heard of them. I struggle enough as it is to make time for Crazyhouse on a weekend, so it's even harder to pick up another new game altogether. Alright, Queen d7 is just to bolster e6, so it's not an open square after a whole lot of trades. So sometimes a bishop at e6 fork, picking up the pawn, and that's enough to start pushing towards advantage. I'm going to put the knight here to make some headway on the king side. It's a completely balanced position here, but I'll have to continue focusing on this side of the board. Going too slow here. Alright, we'll go for it. I'm not making ground like I want to here. I'm still having to cover up my light squares. I'm thinking of being sneaky, trying to pick off a pawn somewhere. Like bishop at e5, pick up something here. I'm not seeing a quick path to progress on the king side. Oh, I've left this open. That wasn't good. Could have taken that and played knight at e7. That's actually a critical idea. Okay, so now I've got to try to get in the light squeeze. Okay, my opponent's defending well. I don't have much time left. So here's where I've got to turn off the calculated part, the strategic part, and just play instinct. Yeah, I'm going to grab this guy. Oh, he's left that mate on. But no, queen takes h3 was going to be strong because it would distract knight on f4 from its duty defending g2. Okay, 35 minutes to go, and Master Tan and I are in the lead, 12-10 catching up. I mean, 12-10 was actually just withdrawn for a fair section of the event, so he's catching up quick, so you've got to watch out for 12-10. He would do very well at 1 minute or 2 minute as well. Okay, so straight up playing against e7. Now in chess BC is okay, but in Crazyhouse you can put pawn on d6, which is a real thorn in white's position. In black's position rather. It's a real asset to white's position. Basically because you can win a queen quite quickly. His left mate hanging. So I need a few more of those quick wins. Master Tan dropped another one. Oh, he's dropped it to 12-10. Well, maybe it's my turn in a moment. Math ace. Okay. Yeah, I feel like Math ace is comfortable in this opening. Right, we're transposing to the regular lines. Knight at h5, that's interesting. I'm playing a5 to avoid b4. And if he plays d4, I'm going to capture and play pawn at g4. That leaves this knight defending e7. Yeah. Pawn f6 needs to be monitored. Uh-oh, my kid's crying. Alright, I'm going to be right back, guys. Hold on. Right, I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. Good thing I didn't berserk this game, hey? Alright, let's play. So, I was wanting to play this before I got distracted. I'm concerned about pawn at f6. Not even this is very strong immediately. I should have taken this knight first. So I'm in big trouble here. Yeah, that's very accurate. That's too much. I can't cover both of these. I've got to resign. No, I meant to take the knight. I forgot to do that when I got back to the desk. Okay, that's going to cost me a bit. Alright, 12-team. Definitely the toughest opponent. You can see he's already taken me 5-1 in the record here. Oh, he's just anti-pre-moved me just there. Now I'm looking at grabbing this guy. Ooh, he's just ignoring it altogether. He's going straight for g3. I have to take it then. Very aggressive. Alright. If he's gonna do that, I'm just gonna try to take all the material I can and hold on to it. So I want to cover f4. He can play knight at g3. He can also play here. That's a problem. I should not have allowed that. Just getting absolutely outplayed today. Even bishop g5 was better. Just missing the important things. Alright. In trouble here. Now knight at g3 is becoming a problem as well. So e7's something I might be able to go in on, but doesn't really do much just yet. So alleviate the pressure on this side. Oh wow, really? Oh, rook at e2, missed that. Should have run the king this way, but I think he was better anyhow. 12-10's definitely getting the better of me. Yep. If I'm not on the hottest game I've got, I'm going to struggle. So, well played. It's too good. Too good there. Okay, Master 10. I'm going to berserk this one. I don't need to catch up to it. So we've both played down this path a few times. I want to get my knight on f4. Oh, I'm going to take everything on d4 and he can't capture it with the queen at the end because of knight at e2. So he's chosen a sidestep. I've just got to keep attacking. I don't want to play king h7 because bishop at e4 helps him defend. I need to play knight at h4 to defend against knight at g6 while also attacking here. Looks like he's found a way to attack first. What's correct here? Is it capture or... I think it's actually correct to take this way. Right, time's short. Gotta play well from here. Ah, bishop g8 mates me. So does this. But yeah, disappointing. I can't pull the results against the big guys today. Both 12-10 and Master 10. Outstanding. 25 minutes to go, and yeah, I'm starting to slip a little. Alright guys, for this back section, I'm feeling like the energy's right, but I'm gonna give it a red hot go. I'm gonna commentate a bit less. You'll see me go a bit quiet. I'm gonna put the music on and get some pace going. So you won't be able to hear it because of copyright rules. I'm not going to have the music on the channel, but I'm listening to A State of Trance 2016 by Armin van Buuren. Siddharth Patel has said, "We can hear the music, John. You might want to turn it down a bit." Is that true? Can you guys hear the music? Alright, Siddharth, I'm going to warn you, at this stage in time, I'm looking for limited distractions. If you distract me, you'll feel guilty about it again. No, seriously, if it is playing, I need to turn it down because of copyright rules. So if you can hear it, let me know. If it's a joke, let me know. Thanks, Master Tan. Master Tan's confirming he can't hear it. Alright. Watch out, Master Tan, I'm coming to get you. Alright, Siddharth thinks it's not a joke. Well, I need the music turned up to focus.
Shouldn't have allowed those pawns to come on the 7th rank. It's going to set me back. May not have enough in the tank to catch Master Tan today. He's 6 points away. I can only get 5 from the next match. I expect I'll only get one more pairing. So the loss against Cassidy Wins has been expensive. It's too good. It's too good. Yeah, had to settle for second place there. I mean, can't complain with that. I've got first place in the first event and second place in the second event, so not too bad overall. I'll read a few more comments. Yeah, he says, Siddharth Patel said 12-10 is playing surprisingly risky against John and doing surprisingly well. He says, I'm starting to wonder if he's using an engine. I assure you, Siddharth, he is not using an engine. He's just that good. Joe Xiazek, he asked, are the engines stronger than John? He said, Atrophied had a pretty good record against the engines he played. Siddharth says, don't know if their engine's stronger than John, but they might be faster than John. Yeah, I mean, I heard there's a new Crazyhouse engine out called Immortal, and apparently it was beating up most of the well-known ones like Sunsetter and Sting. But yeah, I don't know. We'd have to line up a match to really see what it's like. I mean, computers are nowhere near as developed in Crazyhouse as they are in chess. So while tactically they are strong, you know, they can find mates and find tactics very well. Strategically, some of them do have holes. So yeah, I think, I mean, much earlier this year, or maybe it was even last year, I think I went over a period of weeks about 90 matches against Sunsetter, and my record was 60 wins to 30 losses. So yeah, an engine's still pulling 1 out of 3 games against me, and who knows if that's the strongest engine around today, but yeah, it's nothing like the chess computers at the moment. Yeah, so no, 12-10 really is that good, and you know, if it's anything less than my best game, I'm going to struggle against it. He's just very talented, very strong bughouse player as well. I think he was the first. Was it him or Chicken Cross? Sorry, but he's one of the players that got over 3,000 on fixing bughouse, which is a phenomenal achievement. So look, I'm going to close up the stream there. Thanks for joining me, guys. Yeah, it's another 4 hours, but I'm glad my energy levels were better this week. Just means I need to sleep earlier. Okay, until next time, enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll see you then.